All right, there we go. All right, hello everyone. Good evening and welcome to Kopernik Observatory's live stream coverage of the Perseid Meteor Shower. Oh, and there was one right in the camera just as I switched over. That's not very helpful. So I'm not going to spend too much time in this section of the live stream. I'm going to get that live view of the sky right back on because it does seem like there's a good amount of activity tonight. And I'm here to answer any questions you have over the next 15 minutes or so. And most of the stream, because we have a lot of activity on site tonight, will be from just a passive stream of the sky. I'm also recording this footage too, so whatever meteors do fly by, I'll try to stitch together a compilation of the best ones. I saw a really nice green one earlier in the live feed. That lasted a second or two. So that's really what we're on the hunt for this evening. So just to switch over to this for a moment, I just wanted to introduce Kopernik Observatory. This is what it looks like for those that haven't visited us on the Kopernik Observatory YouTube channel in the past. We're a science center and observatory located in Vestal, New York. This picture shows you our science park out here, and the nature trail. Back here's the observatory with 3 telescopes, the 6-inch, 14-inch, and 20-inch. And we're actually stationed right over here tonight, looking out in the northeastern sky with a wide field camera. So that's the setup for tonight. I think the forecast is scheduled to get cloudier as the night goes on, but we will see how the sky behaves. Current time is 10:32 p.m. And I think I saw maybe around midnight it would cloud up more and more. So yeah, we'll wait and see. We can always answer more questions about who we are and what we do at Kopernik, but I think I want to get that live feedback online for you so that you can see what's going on in our skies, and we can talk about it if you have any questions. So there we go. In the left-hand window, you are seeing a live view of the Perseid Meteor Shower in our northeastern sky. And on my monitor over here, I'm going to bring up a larger view. Oh, actually, I shouldn't do that. There we go. I'll be monitoring the on my larger monitor here. I'll be monitoring the meteor shower. I also like to try and assemble some timestamps as we go through this. So also apologies for the drop in the stream earlier. We are having some intermittent internet issues. Hopefully that does not come back, and I will do my best, even when I'm outside with the people on site, to see if we can, I'll try and monitor the stream out there. In case something goes wrong, I'll reboot the internet, and that seemed to fix it this time. So we'll have to take a closer look at what's going on there at a later date. But over the next 10 minutes or so, I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have about the Perseid meteor showers. So I also want to mention too, over here in the left-hand side of the image is the constellation Cassiopeia. And that is an indication that Perseus is rising as well, and Perseus is the radiant point for this meteor shower. So all Perseid meteors can be traced back to Perseus. So Perseus is rising just below down here, below Cassiopeia. So as that gets higher and higher in the sky, you not only get to see the meteors above in the upper quadrants of the radiant point, but also below. And that's why ideally you wait until later in the night to observe. You may have seen the peak for this meteor shower, which was unfortunately cloudy for us here in upstate New York. The peak for the meteor shower was this morning at 4 o'clock. So very early morning to see the best of the best from the Perseids. But I've found that the day before and after are also pretty nice. we can usually see quite a bit. And Perseids can last all of August. So even if your skies are cloudy, you still have opportunities as the month goes on to see meteors. And of course, there's always random meteors that you can spot too. Not all the meteors you might see tonight are going to be Perseids. Ah, there was one in the camera just now, just above the radio tower. Click back about 5 seconds in the video and you'll see one fly over. Okay, sorry about that. I had to mute myself for a moment just to get an update on what's going on outside. But yeah, we're getting some activity here. And we're also getting some moths, so I apologize for that. Those are not meteors. Though it's frankly pretty surprising how bright they're showing up in the camera, because as far as I know, those lights turned off? All the white lights are turned off, so I'm not sure why they're showing up so vibrantly. But you might see some bugs pop into view here or there. Switch this mode on here. Oh, there was another good one. Yep. Down in the lower left hand corner. Just actually right near Perseus. So again, very appropriate. That's where we should see it. By the way, if you see this little fuzz in the sky on your end there, that is the Andromeda galaxy. So you're seeing, it's not quite a star, it's a little fuzzier than a star. You're also starting to notice we're getting quite a few clouds in the sky presently. Now, I think the framing of my view is a little bit off from ideal. I would like to get the other side of the radiant point. So I'm going to head outside and adjust the camera's field of view so that we capture the rising constellation of Perseus. I think that'll benefit us greatly. You might see some headlights there shining on our radio tower. Looks like that's why it brightened up there for a moment. But yeah, why don't I step outside and do that quick, and then I'll be right back. Okay, so we move the camera slightly more northward so that we can see more of the radiant point as Perseus rises. So here's the constellation Cassiopeia. Oh, actually, sorry, I gotta use the right side of my screen to point. Here's the constellation Cassiopeia. And down here is the constellation Perseus. It's a little bit hard to piece together with the haziness there, but let me do my best. Down here. One, two there. Yeah, right in here is the constellation Perseus. Getting hazier, which is not ideal, and that's what we expected in our forecast tonight. But we're still seeing stars, and the brighter meteors will certainly break through those. So I'm not too concerned for the moment. If it gets much worse, then that's problematic. But okay, let's see what questions are in the chat. I'm monitoring the feed now. I was asking, what direction is the camera pointed towards? We're pointed toward the northeast at the moment. Okay, what else do we have here? Yeah, we're seeing lots of green ones below. Oh, and it's good to see a blue. And oh, hello, only in Antarctica. Good to see you as well. Welcome back. Now the Andromeda Galaxy is right here in our view. Oh, there was another good one. Definitely a Perseid right up in here. Again, tracing the radiant point. It's active tonight. This is good. This is in the current view we have set up. I'm actually liking this better than the all-sky camera that we've used in years past. I think this is a nicer, even though we're not getting as much of the sky, it's functioning as a video feed. Whereas in the past with the all-sky camera, we had maybe 5-second exposures to see what meteor showed up in the view, which means you lose a lot of the dim ones usually won't show up, and a lot of the quick ones too won't show up very well in that 5-second exposure. So this is nice. This is a video that's updating. It's about 6 frames per second, this video footage. And honestly, I could probably jump to 10 frames per second, but of course it's going to reduce the brightness of the image. So you capture the brighter ones with crisper detail shooting across the sky, but you lose out on the dimmer ones. So I think this is a good balance at where we're at right now. Let's see what else we have here. And again, I just wanted to clarify one more time. If you take Cassiopeia, the W, the zigzag in the sky, and if you take this, use this section as a pointer, you can point right to the Andromeda Galaxy. And that's this right here, this little fuzz in the sky. Oh, you're welcome, musical cook. Yeah, happy to help. This is what I'm here for. It took a little bit of time because we are kind of busy up on site, and we also had some internet issues. So I think we're relatively stable right now. Fingers crossed, I guess. But yeah, we're in good shape. Oh, and J-Pop here came in with the right response there about how you can use Cassiopeia as a pointer. Ahead of the game there. Brandon Lusko asks, what is the difference between meteors, comets, and asteroids? So meteors are what we're looking at tonight. They're the objects that are shooting through the sky, burning up in our atmosphere, producing these streaks of light. More often than not, they're just quick streaks. Sometimes you get fireballs that last a few seconds, and you can even see the particles flying off of them. Those are always the most impressive. But they're all meteors. They're burning up in the atmosphere. They don't make it to the surface of the Earth. These ones usually burn up around 40 miles above in altitude. That's where these Perseids are burning up. And then we have comets and asteroids. So let's first focus on meteors. Meteors are shooting through the atmosphere. Sorry, I should say let's focus on meteoroids, meteors, and meteorites. We talked about meteors already. Meteoroids are the smaller rocky objects, or even dust, floating out there in space, usually no bigger than a pebble. But some can be about rock sized, in a hand, the size of your palm, and that's where you'd get something like the fireball. The quick little zips across the sky come from meteoroids that are pretty small, so pebble or smaller. But meteoroids themselves are out in space. They're flying through space. It's only once they touch our atmosphere and start burning up that they become meteors. And if something was to make it to the ground, that's when it becomes a meteorite, and that's something you could find on Earth. That's the space rock that you can pick up, and we have an example of that here at Kopernik. One that actually came from Arizona Crater. If I take a break at some point, I can bring that out and show you over on the live feed. So, yeah, meteoroids are small rocky objects flying through space. Meteors are those objects that burn up in our atmosphere, and meteorites are those that make it to the Earth. And a lot of the composition of those objects are going to be denser materials like iron and nickel. Not always. If some particle of dust, gravel's just floating out there, it doesn't necessarily have to be super dense. And in fact, a lot of the material from the Perseids came from a comet. So we'll touch on that in just a moment. Before we get to comets, though, you mentioned asteroids too. Asteroids are the larger objects, larger rocky objects out there in the solar system, smaller than a planet, but larger than your meteoroids. So larger than a rock that you can hold in your hand. They're kind of used interchangeably sometimes. They are meant to be kind of the same composition, that denser material, denser rocky material, but that's the principle behind it. So those are asteroids. Asteroids and meteoroids, effectively the same type of thing, just different sizes. And then comets. Comets are dirty snowballs. They are made up of carbon dioxide and water ice. You're going to have some dusty and rocky material in there, but not very much. Maybe some iron, but it's usually low density materials like your carbon dioxide and your water ice. Comets come from the Kuiper, even beyond the Kuiper belt, in the Oort cloud. And the Oort cloud is a bunch of icy, low density objects. They actually cover, instead of a belt or a disk of material like the asteroid belt, the Oort cloud is a sphere of material around the sun that's in orbit around the sun. So this is where comets come from. And comets enter, just like the planets, they have periodicity. Most of them do. Sometimes you'll have a comet, a rogue comet that comes from out of our solar system, orbits the sun, and then shoots back out. That can happen. But more often than not, the comets we see are within our solar system in that Oort cloud. Sometimes they can have, an orbital period of a few decades. Other times they'll, like Comet ZTF that we saw back in, there was a great one. Oh, just near Cassiopeia there. A brilliant bright green one. I'm gonna have to scrub through this footage later. There's some activity tonight. Very nice. Let's see what else. Where was I? I got distracted and excited by that nice green meteor. Kind of right in between Cassiopeia and Andromeda. And this is where it's like, it's so tough to choose when we're doing these live streams, whether we want to do long exposures so you can get some nice crisp detail of the stars and the Andromeda galaxy there, or if you want to get video footage of the event. It's like, Now, if I had multiple cameras, I wouldn't have to choose, but tonight, this is what I have to work with. So, oh, there's another good one, shooting above Cassiopeia. It actually went off camera, unfortunately, but that was another nice one. And that was in less than a minute. We saw 2 bright meteors. Very nice. Not quite the best record yet, at least from what I've seen. Back in 2021, we saw 3 within the span of 15 seconds. And you can actually go back and watch that. I clipped a short video. If you look in our YouTube Shorts section on our channel, you can go back and watch that 2021 clip of those 3 meteors happening over the course of 15 seconds. That was a neat one. So we'll see if we can beat that tonight. That was pretty close. Those were brighter than the ones we saw in that video, those 2. So it beat out in terms of brightness. Okay. Okay, calm down. Well, I don't want to tell the sky to calm down, you know. I do want to see meteors tonight, but that was neat. So, yeah, with comets though, Comet ZTF back in earlier this year, January and February, when we observed that, that's a comet that has a 55,000-year orbit, so it can really range quite a bit. Just decades to thousands and thousands of years. But the point where I'm getting at here is these comets, when they enter the solar system, they start releasing a ton of material with their tails, their dust tail and their ion tail, and they leave behind debris fields. Now, technically, these debris fields exist throughout their entire orbit because the debris they leave behind is still going to be in orbit around the sun and follow the same path as the comet. So over time, as these comets come into the inner solar system and shoot back out and in and out, ooh, another one next to the lower right of the screen. But yeah, they're coming in and out. That debris field builds up more and more, and there's areas of higher density and areas of lower density, and those affect what we see for meteor showers year to year. Now, the reason we see them annually, and I'm realizing my music might be a little bit loud, so I'm going to turn it down just a tad. Hopefully that helps things. Let me check my audio levels a little. Testing. Yeah, that's better. So that periodicity of the comet itself is important because then we see, I'm gonna put these on the ground so I don't hear myself talking. Then we get to see them once a year. Now, sometimes the comet will intersect our orbit twice, which means we might get 2 meteor showers from the same comet. This meteor shower comes from Comet Swift-Tuttle, which has a 133-year orbit, and it always does tend to put on a show, especially on moonless nights like tonight. So there's a lot of activity here. And like I said, it does range year to year depending on whether you're running into a higher density debris field. The more material left behind by the comet, and the more meteors you have the chance of seeing. So this is exciting. This is a good night. Now, I will say there's nothing like seeing meteors with your eyes. Like, if you have the ability to do that tonight, if you have visibility on the Perseid Meteor Shower, definitely go out if your skies are clear and enjoy it with your real sky. We kind of do this as to bring awareness of the Perseid Meteor Shower, of space in general, and to just offer a place to converse about the event as you might watch it at home. But we always encourage that that's what you do if you have the ability. Of course, if you're in an area of light pollution, with a lot of light pollution, or your skies are cloudy, like ours might be later in the night, that's where we're here to help too, is to at least give you some opportunity to experience it with a community that just loves talking about this stuff. We've really grown our community over the years. We get newcomers all the time. And I will say, if you're enjoying the stream, we do have a couple of ways that you can support Kopernik Observatory. We are a nonprofit organization, and we exist due to viewers like you and the people that come visit us on site and their kind patronage. So if you're in a position to support our facility, you can donate right through YouTube. And I will say YouTube's great on this front with nonprofits and fundraising, and they call it YouTube Giving. All 100% of the proceeds do go to the nonprofit, so you don't have to worry about any fees that they take out. You're fully supporting Kopernik. And the other option is through the PayPal link in the video description, if you prefer to go through PayPal. So that's just if you're in the position to do so, we greatly appreciate your support on that front. If you also would like to get something back, we set up a online shop where you can purchase Kopernik goods. Some of them related to our live streams, and others just representing Kopernik with our logo. It was a fun opportunity to set up that shop. See, there's things like t-shirts and stickers for your car, bags and hats and mugs and all that stuff. So that's an option for you too. In fact, there's examples of shop items right on this YouTube clip, this YouTube live stream. So you just scroll down a little bit and you'll see them pop up in your window. So that was a little bit of a tangent, but thank you for any support you can offer, even if it's just liking this video and subscribing to the channel. We try to stay active with our observing live streams as best we can. We've had a lot of interest. Oh, another one above Cassiopeia A. Or not Cassiopeia A, but Cassiopeia, the constellation. We've had a lot of activity this summer with our on-site events. So we did our best to kind of manage where we have the bandwidth to support our live streams and our in-person events. But we're so happy to be with you here tonight for the Perseid Meteor Shower. And there is a lot of excitement to come in the next year, with a couple of solar eclipses, other meteor showers as well, like Leonids and Orionids. So, and we are looking at ways to also jump into some more astrophotography live streams, get those. It's been a while since we've done one of those, but I am also waiting on our one of our telescopes to be fully running again, so that we can hook this camera that we're using tonight back up to it and stream out some deep sky objects and planets again. Planets are finally coming back too, at a convenient hour for us. Saturn is already up at this point, and Jupiter will be following shortly, and as we get further into fall, they'll rise earlier and earlier too. So lots of opportunities there for planets. Okay, let me jump into the chat here and see if any other questions came up. I always like to hear from you in the chat, so if you have a question, feel free to post it here, either just generally related to space or specifically about the Perseids tonight. Yeah, we do have the best we have right now is the time in the upper right, actually. Let me find that file and see if I can add the seconds, because that would help us a lot. Bear with me a moment, because you make a very valid point. I think in years past we've added the seconds so that you can timestamp it. I just gotta find the file clock. There it is. Aha, alright, where are my seconds? Output, month, day, hours, minutes. Seconds. Let's try that. Okay, yep, almost there. I almost figured out how to get it back. Give me one more moment. It looks a little bit weird right now, and I know why, because we gotta do this. There we go. That's what we want. All right, let me refresh the clock. And adjust the view a little bit. There we go. Okay, let's try that. Now we can more accurately point out when meteors happen. That'll be more useful for us, because going just up to minutes isn't quite enough. That's too much of a range, especially when we have as much activity as we've seen tonight. Let me see. What other questions we got? Teresa asks, why are they green? Yeah, that is a great question. So, that green color is ultimately coming from the composition of these meteors, which in this case, they're mostly composed of iron and nickel. So when they burn up in the atmosphere, those metals, just like if you think of fireworks, the reason, another one in between the two towers, this radio tower here and this one, I think that's on our roof, is that right? So right in here. What was I saying with the green? So the iron and nickel, just like fireworks, when they burn up, that's what gives us the nice bright colors in the sky. It's the same effect with meteors. It's any of the metals that are inside that make up that meteor, and as it burns up in the atmosphere, they start to get vaporized, and as that energy is released, it can display a variety of colors. Sometimes you'll have red or blue or green, or just white or a yellowish, and that's what's driving that, are the metals inside that meteor. Miles asks, around what time would be best to have the best chance to see the most meteors in Binghamton over near the soccer dome? So yeah, tonight, technically the Perseid meteor showers get better as the night goes on. So, like 4 o'clock in the morning was the peak last night. because Perseus would have been high up in the sky. You get the full view of the radiant point, whereas right now Perseus is right in, let me show you, right in here, just below Cassiopeia. And so right here, actually, this is Perseus. So we're not seeing the full radiant point right now. We have to wait for it to climb higher in the sky. So not only we see above, but we get below as well. And that means there's a greater chance to see even more meteors. Now, clearly above the radiant point tonight is serving us pretty well. We're getting quite a few in this zone of the sky. But it just gets better as the night goes on. So the later you can stay up, as long as the skies stay clear, then the better the viewing is. Yeah, no problem, J-Pop. Happy to help. You made a very good observation there, and it makes total sense to add those. So thank you for the suggestion. That's a good way to do it, Musical Cook. Yep. Yeah, there's a good amount of streamers out there all covering their zones of the sky, and because these are happening about 40 miles above us, there is a fair bit of localization to the meteors that we see. Another one around this tower here at 11, 12, 10, I would say. We saw that one. But yeah, there is some localization. Actually, the thumbnail for this video is an image, another one, 11, 12, 31, above this tower here. So that's 2. Can we get a third? Hang on, I just want to see if we can beat last year's. Although, 2021's. It wasn't last year. Last year there was a moon in our way, so we didn't stream. In 2021, we actually had 2 simultaneous ones. That was the other neat thing about it. Again, you can go back and watch that YouTube short. We spliced the clips so that you can watch all 3 meteors happen. There was 2 that went off at the same time, which was cool. So that one is a pretty special video. I'm not sure if we'll see something comparable to that tonight. But, I mean, what's our count up to since we started chatting here? That was around 10:30 that I jumped on, and we've seen quite a bit. It's been pretty active tonight. I don't know what the count is. I wonder, we really should up the ante here at some point and get a counter going, and at the press of a button I can just be, okay, there's 1, 2, 3. That'd be pretty neat, but not something I can set up on the stream tonight, unfortunately. Well, technically I can manually. Does that have an appeal to anyone? If we did that? I don't know what our count is currently, but we could start counting now. Let me know if that interests you, because I could put it right in between the title window here, rather than just have it be a static thing. We could put a count number underneath. Let's see what the chat is saying. Miles asks, we don't have to worry about any meteors crashing into our houses, cars, yards, etc., do we? Not these ones. The debris field that comets leave behind leaves behind very small material. So virtually everything burns up in our atmosphere from these meteor showers. Not much makes it to Earth. Now, that's not to say meteors never make it to Earth and become meteorites. We have evidence for that all across our globe. Our meteorite that we have at Kopernik came from Arizona crater, meteor crater in Arizona, which that was a few tens of thousands of years ago. So you have significant impacts like that. You have impacts like the crater remnant at the Chicxulub crater in the Gulf of Mexico. That one was the one that actually took out the dinosaurs, what caused the dinosaurs' extinction. So you have that evidence all around. And yeah, sometimes you have them hit cars, or you hear that on very rare occasion. But think about the probability of that. If 70% of our Earth is water, then the chances are low that it's going to hit something, a person or a car or a building. It's pretty rare. So it does happen. You can look up news articles of it. Of a meteor that has crashed through a house or even hit a person and they survived, which is pretty impressive. It's not something you can say that many people can say, but there's some neat stories out there of those very rare instances. Let's see. Teresa asks, are we seeing airplanes go overhead, the bright stars that flow through, or are those satellites? So in our camera view, it may at times become difficult to distinguish between planes and satellites, just because of the exposure levels on the camera. But in general, if you see a light come through the image that's steady, it looks like a moving star, that's a satellite. If you see a light source that's blinking across the image, that's a plane. So those are the distinctions we can make there. Certainly, satellites and planes have come through the image. I just saw one at 11:17:50 above the tower. I just saw a meteor right in here. 11:17:50. Just a dim one, but it was there. Now, I mentioned how meteor showers kind of depend on the density of the debris field you're entering that's left over by the comet. Sometimes you can enter extremely dense debris fields, and there was an instance of this back in 1833, where there were hundreds of thousands of meteors shooting across the sky over the course of one night. So that means pretty much just like everywhere you're looking, over the course of a minute, there go a few meteors, just shooting everywhere across the sky. And this is what if you're not familiar with meteor showers, what you might expect going into it, because it's what it sounds like. Okay, meteor shower. Yeah, you should see meteors everywhere, right? It's like a rain shower. Not the case. In fact, it's really, this meteor shower might give you a meteor per minute at best. I would say tonight it's more like 100 meteors per hour is what the rate might be up to, because it's pretty active, and we're only looking in one part of the sky. Granted, it's near the radiant point, but these meteors can show up anywhere, and as long as you trace them back to that radiant point where Perseus is, right in here. So we're covering, what would you say? It's like the northern to eastern part of the sky. And there's still some altitude above the field of view to go by. It's not quite framed up to zenith. So there's a significant portion of the sky that we're missing out on for these. But again, I think this was the best solution with the equipment we had working tonight. So yeah, it's a pretty nice show we're getting at the moment. But yeah, the type of meteor event that they saw in 1833 is what you'd call a meteor storm. And that's just a super high level of activity. Not something we're seeing tonight. Just meteor shower for tonight. I'm gonna take a drink of water here so I don't lose my voice. Captain B says, I'm in Northern California and asks what area will I look for when it gets dark. If you're in Northern California, your altitude isn't going to be not too dissimilar from ours, which means that you just have to wait 3 hours or so for a similar view to what we're getting in our northeastern sky. So yeah, you've got some time, but as Perseus rises for you, that radiant point continues to climb higher in the sky, and your chances of seeing Perseids improves. So that's all you're really looking for. You'll have a view very similar to ours in about 3 hours. Spooky Snap says they're up in Maine and saw some wonderful ones earlier. Excellent. That's what I like to hear. Hopefully your skies fared even better than ours. Ours are still hazy, though we are still breaking through that to see a good amount of them tonight, which I'm pleased with. Oh, someone else in Northern California, and they say it's foggy where they are. I am sorry to hear that. Hopefully that dissipates as the skies darken for you. Ooh, okay, 11:23:07. That one went off frame, but it was excellent right in here. That was a nice bright green, brilliant. Oh, I wish we captured the entire thing, but that's okay. Excellent view. You know, if we had the free field of view we had earlier, we would have captured that one, but we saw it. It's like one of those moments too where if we see this all the time when we're observing up here. I'm sure it's happened numerous times tonight and Friday night when we were open as well. Oh, another one. 11:23:46 down in the lower right hand corner. 11:23:46. But yeah, what will happen, and I've experienced this myself too. And I've been the cause of it sometimes as well, because you can't help yourself. You see a meteor in the sky, and your instinct is to go, "Ooh, yes," because it's exciting, and you know it alerts people. And I think it is that in very instinctual nature. You're alerting people, and if anyone's near you, they may have a chance to spot a bigger and brighter one. But more often than not, that's not how it works. And a meteor flies overhead, shoots across the sky, and it's gone. You've said your oohs and ahs, and people are like, "What? Oh no, I missed it." That happens very frequently during these events because there's so much sky to see, and you can only look at so much with your eye. You only have so much field of view. So that's the challenge there. The light just turned off. That was weird. Oh, don't know. Okay. Let's see. Any other questions here? Oh, Musical Cook, you're from the UK. Very nice. Oh yeah, we're happy to have you tuning in. Sorry to hear that your skies aren't behaving as well. Is it probably getting pretty close to sunrise for you, right? Something like 6 hours ahead? So Lay asks, or says, it's good to have rewind. I agree. That's why I'm trying. Yeah, we'll try to point out the time slots for the timestamps for when we see them fly over. But I don't know. The activity's been pretty consistent, even as in theory it's supposed to increase. But being consistent is totally fine because it's been active throughout. Oh yeah, sorry to hear that. But thankfully, you know, if you have other clear skies coming up over the next couple days, there's still plenty of chances to spot some of these Perseids. We're not even at peak tonight, and it's been active. Not this past Friday, but the Friday before, when it was similarly hazy, it was pretty active that night too. I was outside for maybe, I don't know, 15-20 minutes actively looking up at the sky, and we saw 3 or 4 meteors, which was pretty good considering. So yeah, there's activity on both ends of this meteor shower, so make sure you take whatever chance you get. I may step outside for a few minutes just to see if there's any clarity elsewhere, if the whole sky is hazy like this, or if we increase the angle of the camera up a little bit higher, would that benefit us at all? I'll just scope out the sky a bit, and I also want to see what's going on site too, because we do have some people, some public here tonight observing. But we got 2 good nights out of this meteor shower. Friday night was clear, and tonight is okay. Friday night was better, but tonight's okay. And for anyone just tuning into the stream, I just want to help you gauge the sky a little bit. This over here is Cassiopeia A. I keep saying Cassiopeia A. I don't know why I'm doing that. I think it's because in our space science lab we have a picture of it. That's a supernova remnant. But Cassiopeia, the constellation, this W in the sky, kind of zigzag. That's a pretty bright constellation to spot. And we're looking to the northeast, so these objects are rising up in the sky for us. And just below Cassiopeia, we have Perseus, right down here. And Perseus is the radiant point for this meteor shower. That's what we're looking at. Also nearby, you can see in this field of view. Oh, there was one right up there at 11:30:13, right in here. But yeah, right here is the Andromeda galaxy. So that's a galaxy in dark enough skies that you can actually see with your eye. It's pretty impressive. Just that light's traveling millions and millions of light years to hit your retina, and you're seeing the light of a completely other separate galaxy from our own Milky Way. It looks just like kind of a fuzz in the sky. It's really pondering where that light's coming from, and it's the influence of billions and billions of stars in that galaxy. And that's in the constellation Andromeda, right in here. I'll get the mouse out of the way so it's not as distracting. I'm just trying to keep it separate so we can just use it to point out where the meteor was shown. I may post the entirety of this footage as just clean footage from my camera, or it'll just be a compilation of meteors. We'll see how we net out, but there's certainly been quite a bit in this video feed, so we'll post it in one form or another. Now, I always love to hear from you as well in the chat, just to hear where you're from, and what your skies are like, if you're seeing any meteors where you are. I think that's what we like to do here on the streams, is we continue to build up a community and just get to know each other a little, and all share in our the wonders of the cosmos. So yeah, if you feel like it, feel free to chat with us. Oh, there was a good one. 11:32:57, right in the center of the view. Definitely a Perseid. Now, the reason I say that is because there can be random meteors that happen. They are completely separate from this meteor shower event. If they're not radiating, if you can't trace them back to this zone of the sky, then they're not Perseids. You potentially would end up seeing something even more rare, because it's just a random meteor hitting the atmosphere. Whereas most of the meteors we'll see tonight are going to be Perseids. Teresa's from Indianapolis saying that their skies are pretty cloudy and foggy and they can't see much in their skies. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope that either things clear up tonight, or that you have other chances in the near future this month. I've seen Perseids all the way to later in August, so there are other opportunities coming, hopefully, as your skies clear up. Jim from Central Massachusetts, thanks for tuning into the stream. Happy to have you here. And Deborah from San Antonio, Texas, awesome. Margaret from Queens, New York. Oh, very cool. Although I imagine pretty potentially difficult to see some meteors in your skies. Though maybe the brightest ones would come through. That'd be interesting to because there can be fireballs during the Perseids. It's a little more rare, but a fireball I have an example in this video's thumbnail of this huge fireball I saw in May of 2021, I think, of a meteor shooting, filling up like 50% of the sky. It was a huge arc across the sky, and that was captured in a all-sky camera. And not a Perseid though. That was in May. But like I said, Perseids, fireballs can happen during the Perseid meteor shower, and that would break through even in light-polluted skies. So there are even still some chances. Cloud says nothing over here. Well, hopefully something passes your way. Jim says some clouds, but mostly clear. That's good. Same with us, kind of hazy for us. Hazy clouds. A lot of light pollution in New York City. Yep, unfortunately. Ooh, from the Caribbean. Very nice. But not so nice that it's blurry and foggy. That's not the good part. But I'm a fan of visiting down towards the equator. Yeah, that's what we're here for. Hey, Margaret. We're glad we can offer that for those that do have cloudy skies, or light polluted skies. We just like to share in, and technically even the sky we're looking, the area of the sky is slightly light polluted for us. Our northern sky tends to be a little bit, or some days very much worse than our southern sky, because northern is more looking towards our local cities and towns. So we do have some light pollution from those. Our nearest city is Binghamton. It's not a huge city, but certainly there's artificial lighting there, and it does affect our skies. The southern sky, though, where the Milky Way is this time of year, is excellent. It's super bright, and the Milky Way is super bright because it's so dark. It's just looking into rural Pennsylvania. We're just like a couple miles from the Pennsylvania border here, and in that area of PA, it's just complete darkness. So we benefit in the southern part of our skies, but you can see the north is no slouch necessarily. What are you tuning in from? Jackson, Alabama. Oh, very nice. Oh, pretty hot. Oh, I wish we could send some of our temperate weather your way. It is, as you see in our weather report above, it is 66 degrees out and dropping, probably getting down to 60 degrees. So we're cool. We're actually having a pretty temperate and cooler summer. We've had some hot days, but it's, especially in August here, it's like unseasonably cool, like almost like we're heading into fall, which, I mean, I guess is kind of true, but usually August is pretty hot for us. Kat says, this yearly spectacle should be on everyone's bucket list. Totally agree. See it from the highest mountaintop with the least light pollution. Yes. Yeah, Kopernik Observatory is based on one of the second tallest peaks in the area. But we do have some things like, we have our tree line, which obscures some of our northern and eastern sky, and of course the light pollution. So like getting out to dark sky sites like state parks. There's a great place that I mentioned earlier, Cherry Springs State Park, that's super dark. Yeah, lots of places you can go for the darkest of skies to appreciate this event in its full capacity. Oh, Musical Cook just posted some timestamps for us in the chat. 11:14:47. 5 so far, first 11:17:50. Nice. Yeah, so what's great too is because we have that clock going above, you can just jump back in the footage. This live stream will be posted afterwards too, so you can always go back later as well. But there's no problem with scrubbing through the video footage right now. You can always jump back to the live feed by clicking the live button on YouTube. Yeah, it's surprisingly cool here. It is odd. I don't know what the rest of the week looks like. Let me see. I'm curious now. Yeah, a couple of days in 80 degrees, but most of them keep below 80, and our nights are 60 degrees most days. Actually, one day coming up, it's going to be as low as 57 degrees, which is, wow. That'll be cool. In more ways than one. Okay, let me see here. Oh, spelled mountain probably pronounced Joe. Okay, I'm gonna try to remember that. Joe. So good to see you again tonight, Joe. And cool here in Colorado lately too. Yeah, it's interesting weather because some areas of the states are just unseasonably hot. You know, Phoenix, of course, has had days 120 degrees for multiple weeks, and I mean that's just unsustainable. But that's another story for another day. But so it is interesting weather patterns. Ooh, 11:44:01, right in here in between. 11, definitely a Perseid. Radiant point coming from Perseus right here, shooting across the sky. Pretty bright green one. Let's see. Yeah, as Deborah is mentioning, and from Texas, they're under an excessive heat warning, and it isn't very pleasant outside. We've had several weeks of 110 degree plus days. Oh my gosh, I am so sorry. That is unbearable. Again, I wish we could package and send some of our cooler weather and average it out. 11:42:40. Anyone want to confirm and go back at 11:42:40? Oh, that'd be awesome musically. Wow, you're great. That's amazing. Yeah, whatever timestamps you can post, feel free to put them out. And I can always go back and post them in the video description later on. That'd be some awesome community work you're doing there for us. I should be writing them. I didn't bring a pen. Oh, I do have a pen. Can I write on this? Yes, I can. I'll try to write whatever ones I see down here too. Meteors. Today's date is August 13th. Jackie says they saw about 4 last night and none so far tonight. I hope things pick up a little bit. It certainly seems active around the radiant point for us here at the observatory. So hopefully it does improve for you. Jim asks, we should get another chance tomorrow night also, correct? Yeah, I would say tomorrow night is going to be half decent as well. In fact, of course, the later you stay up, the better chance you're going to see these Perseid meteors as the radiant climbs higher in the sky. And also, we lose more and more of the moon. So even if you do stay up late, the moon's not going to get in your way. In fact, it's pretty good tonight too. I don't think we're quite at new moon yet. Let me see where it is. Oh, very close. Actually, tomorrow's probably new moon. It's a very thin crescent that rises just before the sun today. So we're basically at new moon. And this is why last year was not as ideal. Because there was a moon in our way. That's why we didn't stream. I'm going to record some of these meteors that you've written down. 14, 47, 11, 17, 50, 33, 57. Got those written down from what you posted in the chat. I do want to check in on our on-site viewers and volunteers tonight just to see how things are going out there. But I've been impressed by the clarity of the sky for our field of view. It's not too bad. I did want to point out too, this is a plane over here. Just I know someone was asking earlier, difference between planes and satellites. This is a plane. You can see it's blinking, changing color as it flies across the sky. Satellites are going to be steady lights, like a moving star. That's how it will be to your eye as well, not just in the camera view. another timestamp drop. Thank you so much. I'll put some of these down. Thank you for this, just the community effort of recording some of these timestamps. We have a fantastic group on tonight. Oh, your cat distracted you? Don't worry, I know all about that. Yeah, and then I have a cat at home. Ooh, wait, what's that? Something 11:51:33, something like that. There was a bright object way down here. I wonder if it was a iridium flare or something, because I don't know, maybe just an edge-on meteor. That was interesting. It was bright though. 11:51:33, I think it was. But yeah, I have with my partner, I have a cat at home named Kylo, and he's a black cat and gets up to all sorts of mischief. Oh, I missed that one. Logged as unknown object, yes. And Joe says 5203. 11:52:03. Maybe 11:52:05. Very bright ones around 11:52. Very good. Yeah, I had to call it an early night myself on Friday because I had a long day at that point. So I had to, after streaming the Comets and Meteors program that night and presenting here, I did end up taking off. So, oh, there was one, 11:54:43 right in here. 11:54:33. Or 43, sorry. Let me write it down. 11:54:43. But yeah, tonight it's pretty active. If you're just tuning in, yeah, it's been an active night. Oh, I think someone is at the register. So let me mute the mic here, and if you see any meteors, feel free to post the timestamps. I'm just going to go check in on what's going on in the lobby. I'll be back in a moment. Oh, some haziness and wispy clouds rolling in. Still not too bad. They're thin. Okay. All right, we got some timestamps here. Let's see. Andrew asks, what direction is the meteor shower? So they can really show up anywhere in the sky, generally. My rule of thumb is if it's clear, if there's a clear patch of the sky, look there. If you're dealing with any sort of haziness or cloudiness. But if you have nice clear skies, probably your best bet is to look more to the northeast around the radiant point where Perseus is. And the later the night goes on and the higher Perseus climbs in the sky, the more chance you have to see him. So we're kind of pointed at the radiant point. You can see some hazy clouds rolling in here. But this is the constellation Cassiopeia, kind of a zigzag. And then down here is the constellation Perseus, and that's the radiant point. So meteors appear from this point in the sky. You can always trace a Perseid back to this point. So as this climbs higher in the sky, not only do we look above it, but we can also look below it. But you can see there's trees down here. This is just rising for us. All right, so we got 11:57:04. Writing down some timestamps here. 11:59:07. Yeah, generally look to the east. Is where you want to look, Andrew. 59:08. Yeah, just a poster. I've thought about getting a green screen or something at some point, but this here might be a satellite. It's pretty steady. Satellites are steady lights. You're not going to see any blinking lights or color changes, so I'm pretty sure that's a satellite. Pretty bright one too. Donna says, what part of the US is best to see this? I'm not sure there's like an ideal location necessarily. Again, the radiant point is Perseus, so you want to be able to see that constellation, but pretty much anywhere in the US, Perseus is going to, yeah, virtually everywhere. Perseus is going to rise up in your sky. So, oh, there was one, 12:04:18, just above this tower here, 12:04:18. Oh, thank you for the donation. I see it was anonymously donated, but whoever you are, thank you so much. We greatly appreciate your support. Again, if you are in a position to support Kopernik Observatory, we are not a nonprofit organization, and we exist because of kind viewers like you and the patronage of the people who visit us on site. So yeah, we thank you so much for any support you can offer, even if you just like this video or subscribe to the channel to tune into future events. We'd love to have you. We have a great community, as you can see here. We're just having a lot of fun marking timestamps and looking for meteors as we look through these hazy skies that are, even though they're hazy, we're seeing plenty. Dim ones and bright ones. Yatubik asks, if it's just rising for you, does it mean it will rise 3 hours later on the west coast? Correct. Yeah, so Perseus is just rising for us, climbing higher in the sky. So 3 hours later, you'll basically have the same view, more or less. Latitude will change the view a little bit. We're at 42 degrees latitude, but otherwise, yeah, you'll have mostly the same view. Oh, and we also had another anonymous donation. Thank you so much for your support. If you prefer, we do YouTube giving, which is what you can access in the live chat and donate to Kopernik. 100% of the proceeds come to us, but you can also use the PayPal link in the video description if you prefer, and that's even more anonymous. (12:04:18) was heading toward Perseus, so not part of the shower. Oh, hi Sasha. Thanks for tuning in, right from the other room. Oh, and I meant to get back to Jay. It was heading toward Perseus and not part of the shower. Yeah, I'll have to review that one. If it was heading towards it, technically, depends on how close it was to Perseus, but potentially not a Perseid. There's a plane coming through the image, flying above the radio tower there. Again, just as we have any new people tuning into the stream, I like to indicate what's plane, what's a satellite, what's a meteor. So that blinking object is a plane. Yeah, I'll do my best to kind of measure its brightness. To my eye, what I expect to be bright versus dim. This camera is picking up a bit more detail than the human eye can pick up. So it's worth noting some of the dim ones are going to appear a bit brighter on this field of view. But yeah, I will certainly mention if we see a particularly bright one show up. And if there's anyone new tuning into the live stream, feel free to shout yourself out in the chat. Let us know where you're from, what your skies are like. If you've seen any meteors tonight, we'd love to hear from you. And yeah, these really are smaller particles, grains of sand and dust flying through our atmosphere, as Jim mentioned. So the source of these meteor showers are from Comet, the debris fields left behind by comets. And that's made up of pretty small material. That's something I want to do here. Let's see. Where do I want to go? I'm going to go here. See if I can post a poll. I'm going to post, I like to throw it out polls every once in a while. It's just a yes or no, asking if you'd like to see Kopernik's meteorite from Meteor Crater in Arizona. Just to see what an example of a meteor that makes it to Earth and becomes a meteorite. The rock that you can actually find. So here's this poll. We have almost 80 people viewing right now, so we'll see. We'll watch for this. Let me see here. There's any of these. Cold places, cloudy. Linda in Chicago saying cloudy. Missouri is cloudy as well. Rainy here. Alright, we've run the poll for a whole minute and we're at 95% saying yes, so I think we can comfortably say it's worth going to grab that meteor so you can see it over the webcam. I'm also going to check in on what's going on out in the lobby. That was a moth in the lower left. Just a moth, not a meteor. That's one thing I haven't mentioned yet either. If it looks chaotic, just like all sorts of directions, meteors are going to move on one trajectory. They're not going to bounce around. And so if you see that, it's probably a bug in front of the lens. All right, I'm going to go grab that meteor and we'll end the poll here. And I'll also check in on what's going on out there. All right. Be right back. Alright, we're back. Oh, the sky continues to get iffy. Iffier and iffier. Some weird texturing on those cloud patterns in there. Alright. Oh, I see a comment here saying the rate is really picking up. That's a good sign. Despite as the rate picks up, our clouds start to come out. That's unfortunate. But we'll see what it does. Okay. So let me record some of these timestamps, and then we'll get to our look at the meteorite that I have. Well, there's a crane fly in here. I thought I heard something flying around. Okay, let's see. Timestamps. First, I had a question from Jim asking how old is Perseids Comet? So the comet that created the debris field for the Perseids is called Comet Swift-Tuttle. It's on a 133-year orbit, but comets are some of the oldest things in the solar system. They are remnants from the solar system's formation, so you're talking 4.5 billion years old. And I don't know, that definitely has a little bit of a certain level of poetry, I think, to it, that at least if you project it onto these inanimate particles, that these objects, this debris field, the material from this comet has been traveling through space for 4.5 billion years, and just tonight we're seeing it burn up in the atmosphere. Turning into something new. So it's kind of neat. But yeah, the comet itself is very old. The earlier in the morning that you can stay up till or wake up, the better, Andy. You're kind of waiting for the constellation Perseus to arise. Joe says completely overcast here. Yeah, I'm worried about our conditions getting worse. It is getting more hazy out there. We are still seeing stars, but not as good as it was before. J-Pop says 12:31. 12:31. Oh no, sorry, not 12:31. 12:13:00. Fast and dim, upper left. Good. Direction. And Shaitan saying, did you see any meteors yet? We certainly have. We've seen quite a few. We're recording a lot of the timestamps here, so I'll hopefully be able to post them in the video description after the program posts. 12:15:53 from Deborah. 12:15:53. If you're wondering what these numbers are that I'm putting out, it's just the timestamps that people are posting in the chat. Thank you so much, everyone. 12:17:40. You could always go back right now and look for these if you wanted to, or you can wait till later to review the footage. Just to return to live, you just have to click the live button on the YouTube video. Deborah says 12:18:48. Brandon also confirms 12:18 around 49. 12:18:50. Yep, so it sounds like that was a bright long green one. Very cool. 12:20:12. There may have been one that I just saw fly by Cassiopeia, but I wasn't looking directly at it, so it may just be my eyes playing tricks, which I guess can happen when viewing on a monitor just as much as it can in the real sky. Thunder asks, would a solar maximum contribute to a higher rate? No, I don't think so. I can't think of any correlation there. I'm trying to think of how solar wind and radiation pressure would affect a debris field, and I can't think of any direct way that it would, unless the comet was coming into the solar system now, and we were about to fly through its debris field, which is not the case. So, not for this one, but maybe in other edge cases. Yatubik asks, so would you say the meteors you're seeing could be the same one we see on the west coast at the same time? Oh, just give me 1 second. All right, so at this point we are closing our building up, so we are officially just live streaming now. Ooh, there was one, 12, 29, 30. Bright one above the tower, a bright green one. 12, 29, 30. Sorry about that. Let's see where this question was. So you said, so would you say the meteors you're seeing could be the same one we can see on the west coast at the same time? So what's kind of neat about these is that they're pretty localized. They burn up about 40 to 60 miles up, and because of that, if you think about the trajectory involved there, you're not necessarily going to see the same ones. In fact, you really won't. You're going to have different localized meteor showers happening in different places. The radiant points are still, it's all going to be Perseus, the constellation Perseus. But the Earth's, at least in terms of a human, it's big. And as it runs through this debris field, you're having these meteors burn up in the atmosphere at different spots. So it can range quite a bit. Oh, and I hope I'm pronouncing your name right, Shayten. Hello from India. That's awesome. Glad to have you here tuning in. I had to look this one up. Steve asks, when does Halley's Comet come by us again? And it's 20. Oh, and Joe beat me to it. 2061. Oh, hi, Mike. Glad to see you. I'm a little bit behind on the chat. Watching it live in Candor and had decent luck with some very clear meteors. Awesome. Glad to hear it. Oh, these clouds are thickening up. It's concerning me. It's not good. We're losing out on our skies here. Which, I mean, to be fair, we made it further than I thought we would. Midnight is around when our skies were supposed to cloud up more. Musical Cook got a few more here. Another drop of timestamps. Awesome. 907. It is an active night. Like, this is awesome. I like 12, 17. It's a good year for sure. I only wish we got to see the actual peak last night, or this morning really, but it just was not clear for us. Brandon asks, very good question. A comet dandruff. I'm just looking ahead a little bit in the chat, and it's sparkly green comet dandruff. Yeah, pretty much. Is the debris field of a comet usually growing or shrinking over time? Brandon asks. And what's neat about this, Brandon, is that it fluctuates a fair bit. Now, I am no expert on this debris field tracking. The thing to note about it is that the debris field is orbiting the sun, just like the comet. It follows roughly the same path, but much wider than the comet itself, because it spreads out. Think about the dust tail and that material flying off of it and spreading out. So it's more diffuse than the comet itself. But you're going to have places where there's more material than others. Comets that have frequent outbursts as they enter the inner solar system are going to cause these higher density zones in the debris field. So it can range quite a bit. But every time the comet comes into the inner solar system, it starts replenishing that debris field. It's not going to do it when it's out further in the solar system, because it's not the sun's energy isn't causing as much material to fly off of it. But on the inner solar system, it replenishes it, and until that comet is destroyed or runs out of material, it just completely fades away. You're going to keep getting that replenishment of the debris field. And of course, when the comet finally does disappear, you still have that debris field in orbit. So you'll still have meteor showers happening even after the comet's gone. And at that point, once the comet's gone, you get less and less material over time. Yes, J-Pop puts it very well. That there can be unexpected hotspots in meteor showers with this debris field. All right, let's check out our meteor. Now, if you have visited our live streams in the past, oh, nice. That's funny. I was just reading this last comment here. I wanted to show you this meteor. You may have seen it in the past if you've been on one of our live streams. But for any newcomers, I want to show it. It's related to what's going on tonight. So I'm going to show you a meteorite. For those just tuning in, there's meteoroids, which are grains of sand or pebbles or small rocks. That's denser material. It's effectively a very small asteroid. Those are flying out in space. That's a meteoroid. Meteor is what we're seeing tonight when something enters the atmosphere and burns up. And meteorite is when something from space lands on Earth, particularly something natural. So this is a meteorite. from meteor crater in Arizona. That impact happened tens of thousands of years ago. And this is what it looks like. I'll show you up close in the camera. You can see it has a metallic sheen to it because this is mostly iron and nickel. It's very dense. We do like to pass this around to people at Kopernik because it's one of the oldest rocks someone will ever hold, going back to the origins of our solar system 4.5 billion years ago. So it's cool to the touch because of all that metal content. Just a brilliant artifact. I'll hold it here for a second in case we want to see it again. But I do have a cross section of a meteorite as well. And this one you can really see that metallic sheen. You may be wondering, what's this handle on the side of it? This is a bar magnet. Again, iron is metallic. Or, it's metallic, of course, but it's magnetic. And make sure I frame this up right. Here we go. You can see the iron in there, the magnetic iron. And this magnet attaches right to it, and quite firmly too. This is right on there. And it makes for good carrying handle if you need to carry around your cross-section of a meteorite around. I have a couple more here. Examples. Somewhere. Where they go? I'm looking for my meteor wrongs. This them? Yes, this is them. Meteor wrongs. So, we have meteoroids flying in space, meteors flying into the atmosphere and burning up, and meteorites, the rocks that land on the ground, the space rocks that land on the ground. And then you have things like meteor wrongs, which are things that look like meteorites, but they're not. They're terrestrial rocks from the Earth. So this is an example of a meteor wrong. It does have some qualities that make you think, yeah, that kind of looks like a space rock. But what is neat about this is that even though it's a terrestrial rock, these are caused by meteor impacts. So it's Earth rock that has melted during one of those impacts, and these are called tektites. That's one example. I thought I had a teardrop one that was kind of neat looking. That glassy texture on it. I do. Here it is. There's a glassy textured one in here somewhere because it's kind of like obsidian, but there's a nice, really showing you that like it melted, the earth rock melted and leaves behind this teardrop shape as it droops over like lava from a volcano. So those you can kind of call meteor wrongs. They're not the best example of meteor wrongs because there are earth rocks that have iron and nickel content that, so similar composition to this meteorite. But again, terrestrial rocks. Okay, let's package these up. One more look at the meteorite. There you go. Okay. Take a look at the chat here. Oh, John, you're right. Missed opportunity. Oh, that's funny. I should have pretended it was hot. I may have to steal that one from now on in when we show this off on site. If that's okay with you. Yeah, Tubik asks, can you tell me where it came from approximately? Yep, that meteor, that large sample, that meteorite came from Meteor Crater in Arizona. A very well-preserved impact zone on Earth. Definitely worth looking up some pictures of that one. Thanks, Joe. Appreciate it. Let's see. Thank you for showing. Deborah says 12:39:35. Musical says, looks like the one we have in Liverpool Museum. I love being able to hold it as a kid. Gives you real insight into the weight of the larger ones that reach Earth. Yeah. Yeah, and this is a fragment. Just, by the way, I forgot to mention that because Linda also says, I recall a meteorite from the same Arizona location at Adler Planetarium in Chicago. It was a big impact. So that there's many fragments from that impact zone. So you'll find them at different locations, which is pretty neat. And he says a big one flew by. Uh-oh, I missed that one. Jim asks, what are the most rare meteorites, and are they magnetic also? I am not the best person at Kopernik to ask that particular question, or to answer it. My background is not in geology. So there are a couple of people at Kopernik that do know quite a bit and have some great collections as well. I can't remember if there was a live stream in the past for that. But yeah, one of our Kopernik Astronomical Society members usually brings up their collection for Astrofest, which is an event either in late September or October. This year, if anyone can make Astrofest, I do want to bring it up on the stream while we're here. Astrofest is our big astronomy event that we have on a Friday and Saturday each year, held by our Kopernik Astronomical Society. So let me double check the date because I don't want to steer you wrong. October 6th and 7th is Astrofest this year. So we have presentations and of course observing with as clear skies allow. We have raffles, all sorts of fun stuff, and we do stream the presentations for that too if you can't make it. So just wanted to throw that out there as a quick little plug. It is a very fun event. Highly recommend. But yeah, one of the KAS members has brought up his collection in the past and is very knowledgeable on the subject. Has a great context for what's rare. There are some meteors that aren't magnetic. It all depends on composition. Jim asks, here, heard you can get meteorites by using a magnet and dragging along a rooftop or near a roof drainage area. Is that true? I've heard something along those lines. Again, I don't know enough about it myself to verify whether that's true. But space debris is falling out of the sky all the time, even if it's just grains. So, I don't know. there may or may not be some truth to that. I have no idea. But the one thing I do know is that there are places in the Arctic where you can easily, just because of the contrast at work, meteorites are usually really dark. And of course, in the Arctic, you have glaciers and snow, both Antarctica and in the Arctic. And there you can find meteors pretty easily, just as they've recently fallen to Earth. So that's kind of neat. But I don't know if there's something comparable just by searching along a rooftop or not. Yeah, and I suppose that's true, as everything as it's falling out of all this debris is falling from space onto the Earth. You probably do have some variety of space matter in on you right now. All right. I almost wonder if it's worth it changing the camera angle just to see what we're... Let me take a step outside quick and see if there's any clearer zones in the sky, because in the northern sky we have quite a bit of cloud cover, and that's also very light polluted for us here. So I'll try and keep Perseus in the image, but see if I can hunt down some clearer skies. Oops, there we go. Okay. So let's see here. Sorry about that. So I did adjust the camera view a little bit. So we still have Cassiopeia over here and Perseus rising up right here. So the radiant point, we're covering this zone of the sky. It's just too cloudy in our northern sky. I think this is going to give us a little bit more of a window to work with. We'll see if these clouds continue to encroach on Perseus. But we improved the window a little. All right, so yeah, I just want to mention too, if you're new to the stream and you're enjoying the content tonight, feel free to subscribe to the channel, and that'll keep you updated on the latest. We try to cover the latest events happening in astronomy. So not only through observing live streams like this, but every Friday night we hold a presentation that covers a variety of STEM topics, not just astronomy, but I would say more than 50% of them cover something in astronomy, because that is one of our top focuses here, for sure, as an observatory. But we also do Kopernik reaction streams to major space exploration missions. Our next one will probably be in September, covering the OSIRIS-REx return. That's kind of related to what we're discussing tonight with meteors and asteroids. That visited asteroid Bennu back in 2020, and it actually picked up a sample from asteroid Bennu and is returning that sample to the Earth. So we'll look forward to that sample return in I think it's September of this year, or is it next year? Let me see. I think it is this year. OSIRIS-REx return date. Yeah, September 24th, 2023. So we'll see it in the next month. So that's a Kopernik reaction stream. So Kopernik reactions, night sky lives like this one, and Friday night live streams are our three program options. So if any of those interest you, subscribe to the channel. If you're enjoying the observing live stream tonight, our night sky live, click the thumbs up. It shows YouTube that you're engaged with this content and you're enjoying it. Oh, thanks, Dinesh. Thanks for subscribing. Also, if anyone wants some, there's a couple ways to support Kopernik. We talked recently about. There was one 1255.27. Saw it just below Cassiopeia. I'll show you right in here. I think that's where it was. 1225.27. But yeah, anyways, if you're enjoying tonight's content and you're in a position to support Kopernik, you can also donate through the live chat with YouTube Giving. All proceeds go to our nonprofit organization. Even YouTube handles any transaction fees associated with it. So it's a great program that they've put in place. You can also donate through the PayPal link in the video description if that's your preference. But also, I want to mention, a few months back, we launched the Kopernik online shop, where you can buy shirts and mugs and bags and just some merchandise with our logo, and also we have one astrophoto design from the lunar eclipse that happened. I think that was the May 2022 lunar eclipse. So there's a design for that one, which is there was another one, 1256.53, upper right corner. Still active, if not more active. So yeah, the products for that shop show up right in this video. You can look at some of the highlight ones. There's stickers for your car with the Kopernik logo. I'm also hoping to release a James Webb inspired design in the next couple weeks. I have it mostly ready to go, but if you stay tuned to that, you can bookmark the website or follow us on social media, and we'll post about it there. But it's almost done, and it kind of ties into our last presentation about James Webb on the first year of science and just assembling a nice collection of photos and embedding it into a nice design. So you can stay tuned for that one. It's not, I'd like it not to just be Kopernik designs, but also just designs that celebrate astronomy. Oh, you're welcome, Below. Yeah, it's a good night. I mean, I think this is more active than any of the previous streams we've done. Orionids usually aren't that great compared to Perseids, but we did Orionids last year. No Perseids last year. I think Perseids in 2020 and 2021, and neither of those years really compare. Jim asks, have you heard anything about Mars returning any rocks from one of their rovers? Yeah, the Mars Perseverance rover is collecting core samples, and one of the future missions to Mars will be returning those core samples to Earth. So, there was one, 125909 on the far right. Oh, well, it was actually an edge. It went off screen. But 125909. But yeah, that mission will launch hopefully within this, within the 2020s. There is certainly some complications right now fiscally regarding that mission, and politically, but the hope is it will get funded and they'll pick up those samples and return them home, which will be a huge mission, and that's where a lot of the focus is right now. That's why you don't hear too much about another rover from NASA, because Curiosity's still going, and that's been going since 2012, and Perseverance got there in 2021. So those two car-sized rovers are doing good work. And there's no immediate need to launch another. However, I imagine if they got the funding for it, one, they would, and two, it wouldn't look too different from those two rovers. I think those have been so successful as a design and as science laboratories on Mars that they probably wouldn't venture too far from them. But that's just my opinion. I'm not. Who knows what those engineers are cooking up right now. Oh, 1:53. 1:00 in the morning, 53 seconds. 1:53. There was a nice bright green one. This down here is a contrail from an airplane, just so you know. The lingering trail there. Shaitan asked, did you make a video with timestamps? I'm putting timestamps together right now so that we can hopefully put some kind of compilation video together later on. I'd like to get to that sometime this week, so stay tuned for that one. We've gotten some good footage tonight, so I think it's worth putting one together. Last time I just did a short video, just 15 seconds. In 2021, we had 3 meteors show up within the span of 15 seconds, so that's the only video we released that year. But this year, we haven't had anything quite like that, at least as far as I know. But there's a lot of good meteors that have shown up, so I'll put together a quick compilation of them. It is an active night, though. Yep, exactly. Yep, that's what I'll do. I'll scrub through the footage and record those timestamps and any that we missed. And what's also nice is that I have the raw footage coming from my camera being recorded on the card, on the SD card that's built in, so that I can, because this video feed's pretty compressed. It's coming through to this computer over USB 2, so it's not coming in at full clarity, but the camera is recording at full clarity. So there may be some that we even missed, and I'll just be able to scrub through that raw footage and see what we can find. I think we're getting some new viewers tuning in. Welcome. If anyone's new to the channel or new to the stream right now, feel free to chime in the chat and let us know where you're from, what your skies are like. We'd love to hear from you. Sorry about my water bottle. It's kind of noisy. I should mute the mic. I'm sorry. Oh, Shaitan says that it sounds like there's some clouds where they are in India. I'm sorry to hear that. That's never good. We also have quite a few hazy clouds that continue to encroach on our view. They're taking over more and more of the sky, which is what I feared as the night went on. But we're streaming longer than I expected, which is pretty cool. Tanaj asks, how long is the Perseid supposed to last? I've seen Perseid meteors go well into August, into late August even. It's going to taper off starting now because peak was this morning, early this morning, around 4 o'clock. So it's going to start tapering off, and you'll see less and less, but they will go on for a bit. August is usually pretty active with meteor activity. Someone's asking, is that a plane? There probably was a plane in the image at one point or another. Planes are shown by blinking lights moving across the image, maybe changing color. Satellites look like moving stars, so no blinking lights, just steady lights. And meteors are going to be these streaks across the image. Now, I'm pretty sure that we are seeing Jupiter rising up. Yep, right down here, at the bottom of the image, there's a bug flying around my face. Right down here in the bottom of the image, we're seeing this glow coming up. That is the planet Jupiter. Nice and bright in the sky. Oh, hey. What's more clouds than earlier? Are we still zeroing in Cassia before the most likely meteor areas? Yeah, that's about where we're going to. Glad to have you here. Yeah, that's about where we're at. It's down to the south is where the radiant point is, Perseus, which is really deep in the clouds at this point. But meteors are radiating from this zone of the sky here. And these clouds continue to encroach. Also, someone's asking, last night was peak? Yes, technically the 12th into the 13th. August 12th to the 13th was peak. Yeah, yeah, that's the trouble, especially with the LED streetlights now that are plaguing our area. That they're really intense. I shouldn't say all LED streetlights are this one and the same. I just wish they chose a warmer hue to them because they are very cool lamps that definitely affect the light pollution of our skies. We're gonna be missing out on some at this point with all this haze. The dimmer ones are gonna struggle to come through the camera feed. Brighter ones will still break through this. But it's just unfortunate as activity does increase. We're losing out on. We're losing out on that. Oh, there was one. 109.55. Lower right hand corner. Oh, it is Dave. Okay. I wasn't 100% sure. I mean, when you said Vestal, I got, it made a little more sense. But so yeah, great to see you, Dave. Saw some last night around 10 p.m. Oh, so it did clear up a little bit around somewhere. That's good. Last night was technically peak. I didn't actually end up looking outside at all. Just I presumed it was cloudy. And we weren't open. We weren't open last night either. Jim says they've learned so much already from building the James Webb Space Telescope that they are already planning a better one the next 10 to 20 years, as the funding is worldwide as well as many countries interested. Yeah. James Webb Space Telescope was a multi-decade project, so that makes total sense that they'd be moving towards the next phase of that and preparing the next scope. And actually James Webb is projected for a 20-year lifespan, so it sounds like, yeah, that would be perfect. Shaitan asks, is there any other meteor shower coming this year? Yes. Orionids happen in October, Leonids in November. I am certainly partial to the Perseids because it's usually fairly comfortable being outside. It's nice and temperate tonight, particularly, not always in August, but it's pretty cozy outside right now. In fact, if I was out there right now, I'd probably be wearing a sweatshirt because it's cooler. But what else? What was I gonna say? But so yeah, in October and November, it's gonna be cooler and colder outside at night. But more than that, I've always just tended to be more impressed by the Perseids. But we did do a stream for Orionids last year. We'll probably try Orionids and Leonids this year too. I gotta look at where the moon is for those though. If the moon's in your way during a meteor shower, it's not great. Oh, yeah. Friday was okay. It was really nice. Friday was a good night. Musical kook. Nice to actually see a lovely view of Jupiter. UK weather has really hindered a lot of my astronomy. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, Jupiter is glowing nice and bright as it's rising up in the sky there. Yeah, Saturn was up too. We were observing Saturn in our scopes tonight. Now, I can only focus the stream so much, so meaning that I only like to focus on one thing at a time, and I don't have any access to scopes this evening for the purposes of our live stream. Otherwise, I'd show you. But we will certainly do Saturn and Jupiter live streams coming up in the fall. Oh, thanks for tuning in, Deborah. Oop, sorry, before I say goodnight. 114.43. 114.43 was a nice, bright green one. But yes, have a good night, Deborah. Thanks for tuning in. We're so happy to have you over the course of the stream. Oh, Stevie's on Mount Rainier. Oh, very cool. I bet that's lovely. So yeah, we're still getting the bright ones peeking through this haze and fog. Not fog. Haze and clouds at this point. The northern sky is really cloudy. These aren't just wispy clouds anymore. Musical Cook says they've logged 20 in the last 2 hours now. That's pretty good. For our, especially, and I assume, yeah, that's coming from our field of view. Yeah, that's nice. Because I mean, we're only looking at one zone of the sky too. Keyman asks, where are you viewing from? From Vestal, New York. That's in upstate New York. Yeah, now it's getting cloudy here. Regrettably. We got a little bit of starlight peeking through, but we probably won't be streaming for too much longer because it's just going to get worse from here according to the forecast. But if you have any questions you want to ask or we can wrap up with, feel free to post them in the chat. I'm happy to keep going for a little bit yet. live chat back on my phone here. Yeah, Perseids are great, Dave. Yeah, we love hunting down the ISS every Friday night. We check if there's flyovers, and I've seen it more times than I remember or can count at this point. But oh, there was one 12048, 12048. But yeah, I've seen the ISS. I did catch the Starlink satellites flying overhead from SpaceX by accident when we were doing sidewalk astronomy at the Anderson Center at Binghamton University, and we just happened to see it. It had launched the day before, or that I think actually that morning, early in the morning, and they were pretty bright because of that. And yeah, just like 50 satellites flew overhead in a train really close together. It was. I'm kind of conflicted about those because they do have an effect on our view of the sky and astrophotography and even astronomical data capture. But I won't lie that it was neat to see. Those were cool. But the ISS is also always brilliant because you're looking at, even if though it's just a point of light, humans are on board and orbiting Earth once every 90 minutes, and it's just. I always tell people wave up at the ISS, even though it's they're not gonna see or know, but it's just a fun thing to do because there are people on board. But the ISS is very bright when it flies over, usually. About the brightness of Jupiter there sometimes. Yeah, Blue, I hope I can cover the Orionids again and possibly the Leonids, depending on what the moon's like at the time. We shall see what we can cover. Jim says they got a telescope 2 years ago and loved looking out there at Jupiter's moons and Saturn. Even in the dead of winter, I'd freeze. The winter helps a lot too because it's so dry and calm in the sky that the clarity on planets is like nothing else. Especially for us in New York, where we just do not get prime conditions usually for those. Yeah, their brightness doesn't last too long. Usually, they do. They are designed to, as they spread out and reorient, to dull their brightness, in part because in response to astronomers' requests that they tone them down, that they find ways to mitigate their brightness because there's just so many being sent up there. That's a nice way to look at it, Andrew. I appreciate that. If enough people wave, then they know if someone's always waving at them. Maybe they wave back sometimes. Oh, Blue says Geminids. Is that December? Yeah, December. All right, we'll look for Geminids too. Jim says definitely interfere. Okay, yeah, well, Geminids might be a possibility then. Orionids or Geminids. We shall see. It does seem like it cleared up a little bit again. It got some of this haziness and cloudiness went away. Oh, hello, Lisa. Happy to have you on the stream. Correct, the sun hitting the satellites. Yep. But they found ways to. What are they using? They're I think it's something to do with the coating and the paint that they found ways to absorb more of that light and reflect less of it, so that it's not shining as brightly down on us here at Earth. Yeah, it's not no sort of artificial lighting coming from them that we see in the sky. Yeah, no, there's certainly already a lot up there. Oh, there was one. 126.40. 126.40. Yeah, musical cook. There's certainly a lot up there already, and it's kind of like the cost-benefit analysis of, obviously, internet at all times across the world is incredibly powerful. But then there's like also the other side of it is like other companies want to start doing it and getting involved, and putting up their own set of constellation satellites, and it's just, oh boy, we're in for some crowded skies, and again, as if they weren't crowded enough already. Oh yeah, Lisa, in LA. Oh, very good. But yeah, sounds like you're dealing with some less than ideal conditions. We are as well. Oh, there was one, 128.17. Bright one, lower right corner. 128.17. I repeat for my own sake, so I can remember. I still have to watch Orville. I haven't gone around to it, but I've heard very good things about it. Is that the figure Starlink is up to now? 4,500. Yeah, 4,500. That's what it's up to now. Yeah, Keyman, I think you're right about that. I think there needs, as we throw more up there, it makes sense to find solutions to bring more down. That's not in use. It will continue to become more and more of a hazard for any human space exploration, but also just any major satellites in general. Jim asks, how far in advance do you plan doing your line of work, or is this part of your study, or is this your hobby, or is it work? Kind of everything. This is something we started at Kopernik back in 2020, I think, just because we were trying to figure out a way to interact with everyone virtually, and this was one of the things that came out of that. And yeah, now I work full-time at Kopernik. This is part of what I do. I'm also a science educator. I'm the manager of technology here too. So a little bit of a jack of all trades. My background is I studied physics at Binghamton University and then obtained a master's degree in sustainable energy systems at SUNY Cortland. And oh, there was a tiny one at 131.41. 31.41. But I've worked in some capacity at Kopernik, volunteer or otherwise, for over 10 years now, starting as a high school intern, and it's just been, I had the chance to grow with the place and see it evolve, and as I went through school too, and it's just been a lot of fun, and just getting the chance to interact with people and sharing the wonders of the universe with everyone. It's been brilliant. So yeah, this is part of my job, more or less, but also has become a bit of a hobby too. A tiny one just above the radio tower at 132.46. That's a good, interesting idea, Andrew. I like the sound of that one. Yeah, the other thing is, it's not just other companies; it's other countries too, which, you know, that no country has full jurisdiction, nor should they, over the entirety of the Earth's orbital sphere. So. That's the other struggle as well. And yes, it is a very much a joyous job, Musical Kook. I cannot speak highly enough of this place. It's just a wonderful resource for our area, and now communities beyond our area too. As we see tonight, this is an international stream. We have viewers from all over, and it's so great to have everyone here, sharing in this reasonably successful night. I was a little bit worried about those clouds encroaching, but now they seem to calm down a little bit. I'm still not quite comfortable moving the camera off to the more northern sky, but I'm not upset with where we're at right now. Oh, and we've almost hit 2,000 views tonight. That's awesome. Thank you again, everyone, for tuning in. Again, we're slowly pushing towards 200 likes. So if you are enjoying tonight's content, hit the thumbs up button if you haven't already. Again, that helps show your interest and engagement in the content, and hopefully we continue to grow. And let's see what. Oh, thanks, Baloo. I'm glad it comes through, and this ends up being a very valuable effort for people to just share in the enjoyment of this and the community of it too. When we set out to do that, that was kind of our goal, especially given the time during the pandemic, and just to offer that resource to people so that we could still explore the universe together, regardless of where we were at the time. And it continues on. I'm glad you're enjoying the background music too, Shayden. In the past I haven't included the ambient music during the commentary sections, but I thought, why not try it today? And I'm glad it seems to be working. I toned it down so it wasn't like overpowering anything, but I think just subtly in the background, it's kind of nice. Andrew says 136.50. I may have missed that one, but if anyone wants to verify, feel free. Well, absolutely, Jim. I completely agree. Just there's more awareness being spread, and that really is absolutely the power of the internet. And I think in a time where majority of the population of humans lives in cities across the globe, that comes with light pollution and lack of access to the night sky. And in some cases, people understandably don't know what they're missing, because they may live in the city all their life, they're growing up in the city, and I'm not. That's not to say living in the city is bad in any way. Obviously, it certainly has its place. And as far as a way to provide efficient living, it's second to none. It can be very sustainable, but you do lose access to the night sky when you have light pollution. It's important to share out that there are places that you can go to open up the night sky to you. Places like Kopernik, certainly, but there's places all over the globe, dark sky sites that you can visit. But of course that isn't possible for everyone either. So trying to find ways to open up access to the night sky, I think is more critical than ever. And this is just one solution for that. Oh, we have confirmation. 136.50. There was a good one at 136.50. Alright, I'm gonna monitor the camera here for a moment so I can see if I can catch any. Let's see. Oh, Sophia, hello. From Portugal. Oh, awesome. Where exactly are you based? We are based in upstate New York, a town called Vestal. That's Vestal. Ah, glad you're enjoying the music, Sophia. Something new I'm trying with the commentary. In the past, like when we've had waiting rooms or scenes with when we don't have one of our uh, astronomers talking, um, I wouldn't include the ambient music, but it's something I decided to try tonight because I realized why not. It's just kind of, especially when I'm just watching the screen or I'm off camera, it's nice to have something else going on. Sometimes when I don't think I can do it with the current setup. There's no audio pass through on this cable I'm on right now, but sometimes I have turned on the mic on the camera, and you can hear all the frogs and crickets up at our site. And that's kind of nice to do too, just with some natural sounds, but I couldn't do it with today's setup, unfortunately. Yeah, I think we're gonna keep the music around. It seems to be going over well. Awesome. I'm glad to hear it. Oh, got some headlights. Shining off the building there. I am just realizing that my camera says 6%. And thankfully that does not mean that the stream has to end. I do have a backup battery. Although being plugged in, it is a long cable, so I'm sure it's not. It's probably just done its best to trickle charge it as the camera's been in use, but it has been discharging all the same. So I will have to go out and replace that battery. Yeah, early morning is usually peak. So yeah, 3-4 a.m. We're getting there now because you can see Perseus right over here is climbing up in the sky pretty high. And as it continues to climb, you're getting more of the radiant below it. So that's all you're waiting for. But if you wait too long, then the sun starts coming up. And that's the kind of the middle ground you're trying to find. Keyman asks, what type of camera are you using? Tonight I'm using a Sony A7 III. Which is a fairly nice camera. I've been impressed with it, with its low light capture. I mean, as you can see, this is a video feed playing at about 6 frames per second. So lower frame rate, but it is video. You can consider it video, maybe stuttery video, but it is video. And I have a 24mm lens. I think it's, oh, it's right. Yeah, it's the aperture I'm at is f1.4, so very wide aperture right now. And I really cranked up the ISO. That's one of the benefits of this camera, is that you can really crank it up. (1:45:31). Let me look back on the footage here. See what it shows up in the thing. Oh, yep. There was a meteor at 1:45:31. 1:45:31. Can confirm. And that was a Perseid as well. Unapologetic American. I'm trying to donate using the donate button. Oh, yeah, actually, if I recall, and let me double check that it's actually in there. Yes, there is a PayPal link in the video description. I can post it in the chat, actually. Make sure it's still working here. Yep. So, yeah, if you'd like to donate through that PayPal link, that will work instead of. Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on with the YouTube giving button, but hopefully that works for you. And also, thank you for your kind donation. Let me see what that might have been. If I missed anything, 1:45:30. There have been some headlights going by too that may be causing some weird artifacting. Oh, awesome. Glad the link worked. Oh. No, I see what you mean. Just before that upper meteor. Yeah, a very bright flash. That's neat. I'm guessing that's a straight-on meteor. That's my best guess for it, because of how it flares up and then dims down. It probably was a meteor coming right at the camera, and that's why it looked that way. So there was two right in a row there. Pretty neat. It looked at its brightest peak, though. That one was like as bright as Jupiter. That's pretty cool. I'll have to remember that one. Still some wispy clouds, but much better than it was a little while ago. $150.23. $149. Okay. Possibly one at the top right. Very nice. 150. Oh, that was the one at the top right. Top right. 150.23. Okay. Oh, well, thank you so much for all your effort, Musical Kook, and that's a pretty awesome count. That's where we ended up with tonight. It's pretty active, very, very active. This is one of the better meteor shower streams we've done. So thank you so much for your help, and yeah, get some sleep. G. Keenan asks, have you seen anything weird in the sky? Nothing that I couldn't explain. Even if I didn't quite know what it was initially, like, I did have to think about the SpaceX Starlink satellites, because they just kind of caught me off guard. I'm like, wait, what is that? There's a train of lights in the sky. But I had seen videos of them and had heard about them. So it took me a moment, but then I was like, oh, okay, I know what those are. Yeah, I can't really think of anything else that, like, really stood out to me. That was like, what on earth is that? Or what beyond Earth is that, really? But I haven't really heard too many stories on that front from people at this observatory about unexplained things. Jim asks, I seen the Comet ZTF passing by Earth. When was that last year? Yeah, that was whoops. Correct that a little bit. If you're talking, are you talking about you had the chance to see it, or did you see our video? Because I know that was one of the names we had for it, flying by Mars or something. But yeah, that was I think December into January and February that happened, and we did do a stream for it as ETF flew by Mars, and that was pretty neat. It flew by Mars. I mean, it didn't. They were millions and millions of miles away, but in the sky they were pretty close to each other, so close that you could capture them in the same telescope. Oh, I think there was one in the lower right-hand corner, 157.33, unless my eyes played a trick on me. Yeah, Jim, that video, yep. That was the the video itself was it flying by Earth. That's right. It was I think one of our YouTube shorts, and the goal of that was just to show over the course of a night how the comet moves through the star field, because it's moving fast enough that you can actually notice that motion. Whereas with the planets, that's less noticeable. But comets that are on the inner solar system and flying out, they zip by pretty quick, comparatively. I had to look this one up. Unapologetic American asked, will we ever see Hale-Bopp again? That was weird how it was in the sky. Excuse me. Sky for days and days. The next pass will be the year 4385. So not in our lifetime, unfortunately, but yeah, that comet was extraordinary from what I understand. We have a really nice picture of it at the observatory that was taken by the Kopernik Astronomical Society, and I've just heard amazing stories of it. Super bright comet. Sophia says it's almost 7 a.m. here. That's right, you're yep, across the pond there. Last night I was trying to catch a meteor, saw a few. I think I saw a straight on meteor 2. It lit, then went out, lit again, and disappeared. Could it be a stagnant satellite? Yeah, that's possible, especially if you saw it along the same path multiple times. I think sometimes meteors can skip along the atmosphere, but usually it's going to be more like a tumbling satellite catching sunlight multiple times. And that's a cool find too, because you don't necessarily see those all that often. You're more likely to see a regular satellite. Oh yeah, sorry. I think that's because I moved the window around. I'll try not to do that. Oh wait. Is my camera still on? I'm gonna go check in on my camera. Because I'm also realizing that the battery says it's at 0%. I don't know if it's gonna keep running if it's just plugged in as it is. It might be fine. But let me make sure. It looks like it's still being updated based on the frame rate I'm seeing, but let me see. Okay, I think we're all right. Oh, and the Pleiades is coming up right in here. So the Seven Sisters. Okay, I'm also gonna be right back here. Oh, yeah, there it went. Let me go ahead and grab another battery. I think it's in the wrong spot. Here. Somewhere. Let's switch that out. Okay, that should be working now. Loading meteors. I realized, yeah, with that loading bar on the screen, that is what that looked like. Okay, let's grab this here. Grab my background. Alright, yep, we're back online. So, I think I'm going to call it and say probably 3 o'clock is going to be my stopping point for tonight. But I'm happy to keep going until then. How long has the stream been going on? I've lost track. I think we started around... I started commentary around 10:30 or so. Not a bad night. Not a bad night. Yeah, that's right. 4.5 hours is what I've got on OBS. Not bad at all. Yeah, that impact on Jupiter was... It's just brilliant to have so many scopes on and watching it. I can't imagine what it was like to view it at the time. 2:10:32. I'll go back in the footage and take a look. Oh yeah, nice, small but bright green one at 2:10:32. Nice find, Andrew. I think it was Shoemaker Levy, yeah. Oh, one of these textured clouds coming in, covering up Perseus. You're right, it does look like wings. It's an interesting cloud form. Hello there, Beto. I don't think we've seen you tonight. Welcome to the stream. Bright light to the right top of the tower. Bright light to the top right of the tower. I mean, Jupiter was out. I'm not sure. The brightest object in that area of the sky was Jupiter. That might have been it. I just can't quite remember where it was. It looks like we might get that area revealed again momentarily, so let's see what shows up. But the brightest object in that zone of the sky is the planet Jupiter. Let's see what these clouds do. Oh, I think there may have been one that just broke through the clouds a little bit at the top of Perseus there. Oh, the sky's really clouding up. I guess let me listen to what music's playing. Oh yeah. Yep. I can see what you're getting at there, Blue. cloudy intermission, yes. And Sophia asked, do you do lives often? We do try to have a live stream once a week, either on a presentation on a particular topic in STEM, or an observing live stream like our Night Sky Lives. So this summer has been very busy on site, so we unfortunately have not kept up as much as we should with that, but heading into the fall we should have a more concise schedule, and I have some plans for we talked a little bit about upcoming meteor showers that we can cover, but also the planets are going to come out at a reasonable time, so we'll be looking at Saturn and Jupiter through our telescopes, so we'll do a live stream on that. I do want to see before summer ends if we can get a Milky Way live stream going too. That was something I wanted to do earlier this summer, but just unfortunately did not have the bandwidth to get to. So we'll see if we can make that work sooner than later. But yeah, we like to do them as often as we can, and it's just a great engagement platform for us there. Looks like a snowy white owl. Yeah, it does. It's really clouding up. Let me see what the clear sky chart says. Yeah. What about astro-spheric? Yeah, there's some overcast coming in. Well, yes, yeah, we're on the eastern sky at the moment. Well, thanks for joining us, Jim, there, and and thanks for your help too on tracking these meteors. It was a very successful and fun night, so we're happy to have you. Yes, regrettably, I think I'm leaning towards wrapping up the stream a bit earlier than 3 now, just given that what the forecast is saying. And I might be running out a little bit of stamina myself. So if you have any final questions, I'm happy to answer those. And again, I'll just kind of run through my usual talk here at the end too. But I'll wait a minute to see if any final questions come through as well. Oops. I moved the window again. My bad. Alright, yeah, so, well, if you enjoyed tonight's content, please give it a thumbs up if you haven't already. We really appreciate your support there. And if you haven't subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing for future live streams. And lastly, if you're in a position to donate, feel free to donate in the video description. With the PayPal link or through YouTube giving through the chat. Either of them all the proceeds do go to our nonprofit organization. Mumba Games asks, what is your next event? Let me see what our next streamed event will be. Unfortunately, on the streaming side, we don't have an immediate plan for next week. But if you stay tuned to either our YouTube channel or our website, we will make an announcement as soon as we can. I think we're just trying to clear up some speakers for the remainder of the summer. But as far as observing live streams go, I think a Milky Way live stream will be what we do next. I just gotta wait for a good clear window to do that. So stay tuned for an observing live stream on the Milky Way. That one's kind of fun because with this camera setup, I can do a video feed like you're seeing with the meteor shower tonight. But you can see me out there chatting amongst the stars, almost like you're up at Kopernik in person. It worked pretty well last time, so it's quite a bit of fun. Great. Well, yeah, I hope we get to see all at the next stream. I had great fun tonight talking with you. So a great group, I gotta say. And so much fun engaging with you and hunting down these meteors. I'll see what type of compilation I can put together as well. I think we have some nice footage to work with here. So hopefully I can get something out over the next week. And we can also look into putting the timestamps in the video too sooner than later, so that you can find these meteors at the press of a button. So thank you again for tuning into the Kopernik Observatory Perseid live stream for 2023. We'll see what the rest of the year brings in terms of astronomical events. And as always, our slogan here at Kopernik is to look up and dream big. Thank you all for stargazing with me, and we'll see you next time.